Let me check.
For this, I wanted to know the value of LC means. That's the question.
Yeah, let me share the screen once. Is it visible to you
No, as of now.
now?
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the question. Okay, it is asking answer the follow. Yeah, this has part questions, right? So just to
Yeah.
understand what is happening here, uh, see, first we have a list L which is containing a single element. This question I think I have already solved in some session, but yeah, in week 5 TA we have solved this question. You can see that also once. But yeah, what is happening here is we have a nested list after that LA, LV and LC are empty lists. So now for each A in LA, that means how many elements are there in LA?
Yeah.
3 elements. So we'll start with the first nested list that is containing that one, right? So the first nested list is the first element. Now for that, you are now going to iterate inside the nested list. So for each B in that A. So A is currently representing for first iteration the first nested list containing one. For each B in A means B is representing that element inside the list, that is one. So for first iteration, first element, this list containing one, how many iterations will be there in the nested loop?
It should be 3.
I'm saying for first iteration, for each A in LA. So for the first A that you pick, that is the list containing one, right? Nested
Right.
list containing one. Inside that, how many elements are there? Only one element.
Right.
So only one iteration of the nested loop. In the
Yes. Yeah.
nested loop, what you are doing in LB list, you are adding that element.
Right.
Okay. So you're adding the element, but see the addition is in reverse order. I mean, you're adding elements to this list, but from the front of the list, not in the back. So
Right.
initially LB is empty. So first you will insert this one. Okay. And then L is just a basic arithmetic calculation you're doing. That is L list is going to contain first of L plus B. Whatever is the current B, add it with first of L. So first of L is obviously always going to be zero, right? In the first iteration, it is going to be zero because it's to a list containing zero. So first of
Right.
L is also zero. And plus B is the current element for which you are doing this iteration. So just add that.
1.
So for the first iteration, it is 0 plus 1, that is 1.
1. Yeah.
Inside a list. So L is also a list, LB is also a list. Now next iteration, when you go, what is the next element in LA? List containing 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Right? Second element. So for that, how many iterations will be there in the nested loop?
2 iterations.
2 iterations, one for 1, one for 2. Now similarly, you will add this 1, but from the beginning of the list. Again, you will add 2, but from the beginning of the list. So it will
Oh.
look like 2, comma 1, comma 1 like this. And for every iteration, you also have to update L because first of L
Okay.
is
We
now
are
1.
adding that way. So that's why the answer for LC will be 3 to 1,
Yeah,
comma
yeah. So
2,
you're
comma.
adding from front of the list. That's why B plus plus LB. If you did LB plus plus B, that is normal addition from the back.
Oh, okay. That's why. Okay. Okay. Got it now. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's start with a paper. Quiz one paper. One sec. We're gonna revise weeks 1 to 4. 1 to 4 is the easiest part. Uh, Visible to you?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
This is quiz one set from September term of 2024. So this is a good set. We can solve this. This will cover all of the concepts from weeks 1 to 4. Okay. So first question is saying let xy be two rows. One sec. Someone is sending
Um,
something.
Sorry to interrupt. Is it
Yeah.
different for the final exam? Means,
No, no. Level of question is same. Okay. Whatever level of question you got in quiz 1, same level of question will come from weeks 1 to 4 in end term.
So
Okay.
final term will cover all the weeks, right, ma'am?
Yes, all the weeks. Today we are just doing weeks 1 to 4. So since quiz 1 covers those 4 weeks, so I'm solving a quiz 1 paper. Next class will be on revision of weeks 5 to 8. So then we'll solve a different paper or take different sums for that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Huh? Sorry, come again.
Ma'am, how many questions are come an item is we expecting?
Weeks 1 to 4, it is not very much weightage is there. Maybe 20% questions can come.
No, ma'am, overall means in item examination from CT part.
Overall, around 20 questions will be there.
20 questions.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. So first question, here we have 12 questions. We'll solve all 12. So let X and Y be two rows in the scores dataset. We call X and Y partially matching if students X and Y are either from the same city or have the same total marks or both. Right. So partially matching, partial match is a procedure where we take X and Y as parameters. X and Y are two individual students. And the procedure does what? It finds out whether X and Y are matching or not. And what is the criteria for X and Y to be matching students is they have to be either from the same city or have the same total marks, but not both. So you have to choose the correct implementation of this procedure, which is pretty simple. So first option C, you take uh, X and Y as two parameters. Both are set to false initially. Then we check if X town city is equal to Y town city. Right. If they're equal, then A will be set to true. Next, you have to check the total marks since these are the two conditions, town city and total marks. So if total marks is also same, then you set B to true. Right. And if A and B, so A and B will be true when both A and B are true. Right. Then you return true. Otherwise false. So is this correct option?
Oh, no,
No.
ma'am.
Because we
Please.
cannot have both. Or can we have both? We can have both, right? But still, is this correct? In this case, if A was true, B was false, or B was true, A was false, it won't give correct answer. So either from same city or have same total marks or both. So we have to accommodate all the conditions. Here it will only give true if both are true. So this is not correct option. Second option is saying again start from the same A false, B false, check city town, check total marks, set A and B true. Then you have A or B. If A or B gives true, then we return true. Or B gives true when either one of them is true or when both are true. The only time it gives false is when both are false. So is this correct?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. This is
yes,
correct.
ma'am.
Let's see if it is it is MSQ, so we have to check all the options. Okay. Next one is giving A 0, B 0. Now I've initialized instead of true false, I'm doing 0 1. Now if round city is same, you set A to 1. If total mass is same, you set B to 1. If A plus B is equal to 1, then return true. So when will A plus B be equal to 1?
And one of
Any
the
of the
condition is
condition is
true.
correct.
One by one. Any one of you tell me?
Ma'am, when only either one condition is correct.
If either one condition is correct. What will happen if both are correct?
Ma'am, its addition is equal to 2, then if condition will false.
Then it is going to be 2 equals to 1, so it will become false. Right. So this will only be true when either one of them is 1. That means it is not holding up for the case where both can be true. Right. So this cannot be correct. This is doing the same thing, but now the condition is A plus B has to be greater than equal to 1. Means it is 1 or 2. Cannot be greater than 2. So this is correct option, right? It takes all of the cases. It will become 1 when either one is true. It will become 2 when both are true. So B and D are correct answers. Any doubt in this question? Anyone?
Ma'am, in that line, if A plus B is greater than equals to 1,
Hmm.
how it is correct, please?
What is the condition? That either they have to be from the same city or have to be having the same total marks or both. So if they have same town city, then A is set to 1. If they have same total marks, then B is set to 1. So if either one of these are true, let's say only A is set to 1, B is set to 0, then A plus B will give 1, which will satisfy the condition. If B is 1, A is 0, then also it will satisfy the condition. If both are true, 1 plus 1, 2, that will also satisfy the condition 2 greater than equal to 1. So for all conditions, it will give true value. The only time it gives false is if both are false. It means A is also 0, B is also 0. Then 0 greater than equal to 1 is wrong.
Ma'am, if there was no both condition, and we wanted just either of them to be true, not both.
Yeah. Either means then you have to have A plus B exactly equal to 1. Right? Because then only either A can be 1 or B can be 1. Okay.
Okay,
Any
ma'am.
other doubt? Okay. Let's go to next question. So following pseudocode is executed using shopping bills dataset. Assume that the Yes, Anurag, you're saying something? So this is on shopping bills dataset. Assume that the variable average T holds the value of the average total bill amount. Right. So what will Q represent at the end of execution? The average T is average total bill amount. Initially P is 0, Q is 0. So while table 1 has more rows, read the first row X in table 1. So now we go through each of the cards in the shopping bills dataset. Everyone, I hope, remembers how the bills are there. You can check out the common datasets from there. So it has the customer information, whatever they have bought, the pricings, all of that, quantity, everything, right? So we pick one of the cards and we read it. Then we check if the total bill amount of that card is less than equal to average T. Average T is the total bill amount, average total bill amount of all cards in the dataset. So if the current
Are
total
you
bill
sharing
is,
the screen?
sorry, come again?
Are you sharing the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
But I can't see your screen.
Can others see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Just try rejoining. Maybe there is some issue on your end. Okay. So if current total bill is less than equal to average total bill amount, then fee will be incremented by 1. Else, you'll check another condition that if shop name is Big Bazaar or shop name is LV Stores, it means if the shop name in the bill is either of these stores, then Q will be incremented by 1. So P is getting incremented when my current bill amount is less than average, less than or equal to average total bill amount. If it is greater than the average total bill amount, then we come to the else part and check whether the shop name is among these two stores. Then Q is incremented. Okay. So it is saying what will Q represent at the end of an execution. So Q
Ma'am, the
tells
Q,
us, yeah, tell me.
ma'am, the Q will represent the shop is either Big Bazaar or SV store, which has a total bill amount greater than average.
Correct. So it will represent number of shopping bills from either Big Bazaar or SV stores where the total bill amount is greater than average. So which of these options? Number of bills from Big Bazaar or SV stores with total bill amount greater than the average total bill amount. First option. Right. Let's look at the other options also. So total bill amount lesser than average is wrong. Number of bills from either Big Bazaar or SV stores is also wrong. You're missing the other criteria. And D is saying number of bills from either Big Bazaar or SV stores, total bill amount lesser than or equal to. This is also wrong. So option A is correct answer. Is this problem clear for everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So weeks 1 to 4 is going to be very scoring for you because these are the easiest problems, right? The main difficult part will come in that week 9 to 11. Not difficult. If you understand those are also easy problems only. But since the pseudocodes tend to get a bit longer and there are graph problems also. So practice those PYQs.
Ma'am, when will be the class or session for week 9 to 12?
After this one, I think tomorrow's session is going to be for 5 to 8, and then Monday session will be for 9 to 12.
Yeah, because actually I got the concept of week 9 to 12, but I am getting problem solving the questions.
Yeah, we'll solve 9 to 12 questions in Monday session, I think.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now question 3 is saying the following pseudocode is executed using library dataset. So this is that author name, book name, all of that information. Library dataset. At the end of execution, variable A captures the number of fiction books which were published between 2000 and 2010, including 2010. So fiction books, this is one criteria, and the publishing year should be between these two. This is the range where both ends are inclusive. And are written in a language other than English. So a lot of criteria are there. Choose the correct code for procedure, do something to complete the pseudocode. So do something is a procedure that takes a card as parameter, right? So at the end of execution, I want A to represent such, that is the number of such books, which are fiction, published between this year range, and are written in a language other than English. So the code given to you, we initialize A with 0, obviously. Then in the while loop, we are going to go through each of the cards. Once you pick a card, you increment A by A is equal to A plus do something of X. That means incremented by whatever this procedure returns. Obviously, if I want A to capture that number of books, this procedure will either return 0 or 1. So if do something is checking that this book X is checking all of the criteria that are mentioned, right? Then it will return 1, otherwise it will return 0. And that's how you will keep the count maintained in A. So we just have to check which procedure is correct. This is also an MSQ. So remember, fiction between this range, language other than English. So first option is B is 0 initially. If year is greater than equal to 2000 and less than equal to 2010, so this is the range. If genre is fiction, that means if statement is correct, then only you'll come to the nested if and check if genre is fiction. Next, if genre is fiction, then you'll come into the second nested if, that is if language is not equal to English. If all three are correct, then B is set to 1. And after that, you return B. Is this option correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is correct, right? Because all the criteria are correct. So this is one correct option.
Yes.
Second is saying that B is 0. Year is greater than equal to 2000 or less than equal to 2010. So if I take this OR statement and I give the year 2019, it will still take it, right? Because it is greater than equal to 2000. OR is true when either of the statements are true. But 2019 doesn't fall within the range. So the first if statement is wrong. So this is wrong option. Third option, B is 0. If so, here just we have used this conjunction and we haven't given nested ifs. So year is greater than equal to 2000 or year is less than equal to 2010. Again, because of this or statement, it becomes wrong. Last one is year is greater than equal to 2000 and year is less than equal to 2010 and genre is fiction and language is not English. So all three criteria, this is exactly similar, equivalent to option A. Just
It is
instead of
also correct.
nested, just instead of nested, we have used the and conjunction. These are exactly equivalent. So if all three conditions are true, it will return 1. If any of the condition fails, it will return 0 as it is. So A and D are correct options. Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Now this one, see. This is on words dataset. So in words dataset, each card represents what? A single word is written on the card. We have the letter count, we have the part of speech, we have the index number of the card. So what will count represent at the end of execution? So count is equal to 0. Initially, flag is equal to true. Now, while table 1 has more cards, so we'll go through all of the cards in this file. So you read a card, and then if statement, inside the if statement, you have a procedure called count vowels, where you pass this card experiment. So what does
Ma'am, in
count
this
vowels?
case,
Yeah.
Ma'am, in this case, what flag is equals to true means?
The flag is assigned the value true. Flag is just a what can I say? It's just a Boolean type variable. The flag will represent what? At the end, we will check that once we are outside of this if statement where flag is being updated. So in
Okay.
this if statement, if the if condition is valid, then only flag will be set to false. When flag becomes false, then this nested if won't run. Okay, so these flag variables are always having just Boolean values. We'll understand what this means here once we discuss it. Okay.
Ma'am, what is fourth row? Means if count vowel x is lesser than is not
Not
equal
equal to
to x letter count, and what is
minus.
this?
This is minus.
Minus
Normal. Yeah.
count vowel x. So how to execute this?
So count vowel x is where it is already given here. So you first have to execute that. What does count vowels procedure do? Even from the name of the procedure, you know that what it should do is sound the number of vowels in a particular word, right? But still, you execute the procedure. So as soon as you come to line 4 and you check if sound vowel x is not equal to this part. So here only the control will shift. Once you have a function call or a procedure call, you have to go to the procedure definition that is at line 15. So procedure is doing what?
Ma'am, how it works? Count vowel is not equal to letter count, or ये minus count vowel how we will execute this? Will do really minus or this
Yeah,
is something?
actual subtraction you will do. Okay. X dot
What
letter
will
count you already have. If you have the X card, you know what is the letter count that is already there in the card. Right. Now from that letter count, you have to subtract whatever is the result of this procedure, count vowels X, when you pass this X card. Okay, so what does the count vowel procedure do? See, at any point in the code where you have a function or procedure call, your control shifts to that function definition with the given parameter. So as soon as you encounter this count vowels X, so it will go directly to this line 15 first before doing anything else. And it has to execute the procedure with the parameter X here, right? For that, whatever is the return value, that will come here, come back here. Similarly, that same return value will happen here also. So we have to check that what does sound vowels return for any card X. So for any card X, it has I equal to 1, B equal to 0 assigned initially. Then inside a while loop, you have this I variable which we will run this while loop as long as I remains less than equal to the letter count of the current card. So let's say my current card has the word soon. So what is the letter count? 4. 4 letters are there. So I is starting from 1, I will go up to 4. So 4 iterations of I. First iteration when I is 1. What are you checking? If ith letter of Y word is a vowel. So what is the first letter S? Is it a vowel? No. So will I increment B? No. Next you have to increment I is equal to I plus 1. So now I becomes 2. 2 is also less than equal to 4. So valid iteration. Is the second letter of this word a vowel? Second letter is O. Yes. So
Yes.
B is incremented by 1. So now B becomes 1. B was initialized to 0. Now you again increment I. So I is now 3. 3 is also less than equal to 4. Valid iteration. Third letter of this word. Again a vowel. B is again incremented. B is now 2. Again increment I. I is 4. 4 is less than equal to 4. Valid iteration. But fourth letter is not a vowel. So B won't be incremented anymore. Then you increment I again. I becomes 5. But 5 is not less than equal to 4. So here the while loop will break. Will come out of the while loop and you will return whatever current B is storing. So B is storing 2, which is number of vowels in this word. So count vowels procedure takes a particular card and for that particular word, it finds out what is the vowel count, how many vowels are there in the word. So now you go. Yes, Rishta, are you asking something? See. Now take this example only for this card, soon. Okay, this word. Now come back to line 4. So count vowels passing X. What does this return? This part will be 2, right? It is returning B, where B is containing 2. So this part is 2. What is X dot letter count for this?
4.
4. Again, subtract from 4 what? Count vowels X,
2.
which is again 2 only. So is 2 less than equal to 2? Is 2 not equal to 2?
No.
So flag becomes, will it become false? Flag will remain true, right? Since this condition is false. 2 not equal to 2 is the false condition. 2 is equal to 2. So flag won't be updated. So from here, what can you observe? When will flag become false?
When count of vowel is not equal to count of consonant.
Okay, tell me
When
one.
count of the vowel is not equal to the difference of the letter count and the count vowel.
What is the difference? For a particular word, if you take out the
Consonant,
vowels, what is left?
Count of
Consonant.
consonant.
The number of
Consonants.
consonants.
So this if statement will evaluate to true if in your word number of vowels and number of consonants is not equal, right?
Yes.
If vowels and consonants are not equal, only then flag will be set to false. In this particular word soon, that's why I took this word. The vowels and consonants are equal, 2 vowels, 2 consonants. So that's why flag will remain true for this part. So let's evaluate for this part only. For this part, flag will not be set to false. Flag remains true. So you come to line 7. If word ends with a full stop, so let's say this word is at the end of a sentence. So sentence like I will be coming soon. Okay, so soon is the last word. So soon ends with a full stop. If it ends with a full stop, then you enter this nested if and you check if flag. If flag will be true when flag is true. So for our word, is flag true?
Yes.
Yes. So if flag is true, then you increment count by 1. Okay, and then you set flag to true again. So why this line is there? Because we want to start every iteration having flag equals to true. Now see for another word, like if I said plane. Okay. For this word, what is the vowel count is going to return? B value will be what?
B value
2.
will be 2.
2 only. So this part, this line for if statement, so 2
Flag will be
is not
false.
equal to 3, right? Because if I take out the vowels, there are 3 consonants. So 2 is not equal to 3 is correct. So I will enter the if statement, flag will set to false. Then you check if it is at the end of a sentence. Okay. So take care of one thing that this count is being incremented only for words that are at the end of a sentence. For other words, we are not going to be able to enter into this nested if, right? So for a word that is at the end of a sentence, then you check if flag is true or false. So in this case, if this plain word is at the end of a sentence ends with a full stop, then flag is false at this point. So you cannot increment the count, right? But before you go for the next iteration, you have to make flag again equal to true. Then you pick up the next card and again start the iterations. So now understand something that if I have a sentence, okay, where in the first iteration flag is set to false, then in the next iteration when I go for the next word in the sentence, flag will start from true or false.
Flag will start from false.
Yes, ma'am.
Will it?
False.
Yes, because see, this flag set to true will only happen when you're at the end of the sentence, right? When you are at the last word. For other words in a sentence, let's say I have a sentence like this that mm, he bought a plane, something like this. Okay. So for he, if I go this word, number of vowels is equal to number of consonants, correct? In that case,
Yes, ma'am.
flag remains true. But it is not at the end of a sentence, so we won't be executing any of this. Then bought. In bought, what is going to happen? Flag will become true or false?
False. False.
False, because vowels, consonants are not same. So when flag becomes false, now when you go for the next word, here flag is starting with false only, right? So if count vowels for this one, if you do, what will you get? Number of vowels, letter count. What are you going to get in this line for? Is it going to be true or false? How many vowels are there in
It will be false.
right? One vowel, if you subtract that from letter count, it becomes 0. So 1 is not equal to 0. So again, it will be false only. Next, when you go for this word, plain. For plain also, this part, flag will be again false, but
False.
this ends with a full stop. So if flag is false, count will become nothing. We cannot increment. So you just set flag to true. So that means before starting every new sentence, flag will be set to true. Right? Before starting every
Ma'am,
new sentence,
uh,
flag is true. Yeah.
okay. And so how flag works here? Means like only for the statement or and
That that's what I told you, that when you have to understand when is flag getting true, when is flag getting false. So flag true. So flag will always be set to true before you start a new sentence. Right? Because at the end of every sentence, when X word ends with a full stop, then you set flag to true. Reset it. This is the reset step. Step 11. This will happen regardless. As soon as you reach the last word in a sentence, flag will be set to true. I don't care what the value of flag was at that point, true or false, because see, this statement is outside of the nested if. The nested if only counts what then? That's the question. What is this count is representing? So I gave you examples. Now you analyze that when is count incrementing?
Ma'am, when the last
And in a
word
sentence,
sentence,
Yes.
when all the words in the sentence have equal number of consonant and vowel.
So why is that? So if any of the words don't have that, if any of the words have different number of vowels and consonants in them, then flag will be set to true, right? And flag will be set to false. And once it is set to false, it cannot be reset until you reach the end, right? Until you reach the end of the sentence. And that will also be reset only after count has been incremented. So if I have such a word, such a sentence where all words in that sentence have equal number of vowels and consonants, for them this count will be incremented.
Yes, ma'am.
So which of, let's see if we are correct, if any of the options say that. So number of sentences with equal number of vowels and consonant. This is true or false?
False,
This
ma'am.
is number of sentence.
false, ma'am. False.
This is false. Number of sentences with each word having equal number of vowels and consonants.
True, ma'am.
True, ma'am. False.
This is
Correct.
correct. Why are you saying false? See, if it was false, that means if it's false, that means there is at least one word which doesn't have equal number of vowels and consonants. For that word, flag will be set to false. Once flag is set to false, you can't reset it until you have reached the end of the sentence because the reset step is here. So count will not be incremented. Count will only get incremented when all words have equal number of vowels and consonants. That is, flag never becomes false. Only in that case. Right? That means for that sentence, any of the words, okay, in that sentence should not be having this if statement as a valid statement. This if statement should be wrong for all the words. So this is only counting the number of such sentences where number of sentences in which each word has equal number of vowels and consonants. Now, who didn't understand this? Tell me. Should I explain this again? Is it clear for everyone?
Yes.
Ma'am, ma'am, if the in line 5, if flag will be true,
See,
uh,
in line 5, flag will be false only, right? Because line 5,
No.
Because
I
when
actually I was asking that if a flag equals to false in the question in line 5,
hmm,
so then again if the whole will be true or no?
when will it be set to true? When you reach the end word in that sentence. Because end word only you get to go to this reset step. See, if word ends with a full stop, then only you will enter this if loop, right? Otherwise, you cannot enter.
Okay.
So to get to this step 11, you have to reach the end of the sentence. And before this step 11 even executes, you have already incremented your count. Or if flag is false, you cannot increment count. So the step that matters happens before the reset. That's why flag needs to be true in order for the count to be incremented. And flag will stay true only when every word follows the rule that equal number of vowels and consonants are present. Clear?
Okay, ma'am.
This is a good question. This type of question can come in term also. Okay. So question 5 is saying this is also on words data set only. What will count represents? So again, see flag is also there in this question too. A is 0, flag is true. Okay. And you go through each of the cards. Now you pick up a card and you check if the letter count is greater than A. Okay. If letter count is greater than A, then you assign that new letter count to A. So at the end of execution of this while loop, A will contain what?
The
The
number of
maximum
letter
letter
counts.
count.
Correct. So A will contain maximum letter count in the whole data set. Okay. Now B is, once you come out of the while loop, B is set to 0, count is set to 0. Okay. Till now we haven't used flag anywhere, but flag is there, set to true. So now you have two new variables, B and count, both are set to 0. And you again have a while loop. So now, since all of the cards that we read are now in table 2, so now we will iterate through table 2. Same cards. So while table 2 has more cards, read the first row. Now you pick up a card and you check if the letter count is equal to A. Then you increment B. So basically, when will the letter count be equal to A? When the card you have picked has the
Ma'am,
maximum
when
letter count.
when we get the maximum card, what we just counted as A, that if we get that one, we increment B.
Right. And there can be many such cards, right? Many such cards might have
Yes,
the
ma'am.
maximum
If I
letter.
have the same length with the maximum value, the card
Right.
will count increases.
So B at the end will give us what?
The total number of cards with the maximum length.
That's what we can tell till now, right? Now let's go through the rest of the cards also. Let's rest of the lines
Ma'am,
also,
but
right?
in this trend itself, we can say what is B, right? B
Yeah.
holds the number
In
of
this step,
cards.
definitely you can say that B after this step, after this if statement, will always hold the number of cards that are having the maximum letter count. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So now the next if statement is doing what? If X word ends with a full stop and B is greater than equal to 2. Okay. So if the current word ends with a full stop, that is, it is at the end of a sentence, and B at this stage is greater than equal to 2. That is, we have already found 2 or more cards, right, which have the maximum letter count. Count will
Can
be
we
set
say,
to 1, incremented by 1.
can we
Yeah,
say
come
this
again?
means that can we say this means a sentence which has maximum letter count word more than 2?
Exactly. So this particular if statement does what? It checks. So you will only come to this if statement when you reach what? The last word in a sentence. Correct. X word when it ends with a full stop. That means when you reach the last word of a sentence, at that point you can enter this second if statement. And you have to check if B is greater than equal to 2. That means are there at least two words in this sentence that have the maximum letter count in the entire
So
data set?
the count represents the number of sentences consisting more than two letter maximum letter counts word.
Yes, at least. At least 2 words having maximum letter count. Okay. Greater than equal to always means at least, right? Less than
Yeah,
equal to
ma'am.
means what? At most. So count will be incremented only then. And then B is reset to 0 because now you are going for the next sentence, right? In the next iteration, you're starting a new sentence since word ends with a full stop here. So B has to be reset to 0 before every new sentence. So the question is asking us what is count representing. So now you see the options. Number of sentences with at most 2 long words, number of sentences with at least 2 long words, number of sentences with at most 2 short words, and sentences with at least 2 short words. So which one?
Option number
Number
B.
of
Option
sentence
B.
with
Option
at
number
least
B.
2 long
And
words.
B. Yes.
B.
Option B. Option B,
Ma'am,
correct.
but in this question, flag was not there at the end.
So that means what? That flag is just given to confuse it. Flag doesn't have any use
Confused.
here,
Okay.
right? If we can give you such questions where we have variables but we are not using them, so you have to understand that that is not required just to for some
Ma'am,
confusion.
in this one doubt, ma'am. In this case, if they ask what is flag represents
No,
means,
they won't
what
ask.
should we have answered?
They won't be
In this
asking because
question,
it is
flag
not
is
a
only
valid
for
question.
misleading us.
Yeah.
No, it's not a valid question, but when I'm just asking hypothetically, if they ask means what should we have answered?
Flag is just a Boolean variable. It has no work in this.
Okay, fine.
Okay. If flag had a, there are certain questions where we will ask you that what is value of count, what is value of A and B, but you will not find questions where we ask what is flag because flag is usually not representing something. Flag is used to enter a loop. Okay. If loop, it can be a while, anything. Flag is always Boolean. That is, it is used as a gateway variable. So if flag is true, you cannot enter a certain number of lines of code. If flag is false, if flag is false, you cannot enter. If flag is true, you can enter. It's like that.
So like a Boolean true or false.
Yeah, it's always a Boolean value. Flag is having flag. You can use any variable instead of flag. Flag is just a staple
And
variable
answer
that we
for,
use.
we can say it's an answer for some conditions.
Yeah, like it is just a gateway that you can enter the if nested if loops if the flag is true. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So
now
for
I got it.
this, yeah. So for this question, we are just counting that how many such sentences are there where there are at least 2 long words. Long word means words that have maximum letter count. Any other doubt in this?
No, ma'am.
These are good questions. So this type of question has come multiple times in NTEM also. So the following pseudocode is executed using dataset similar to words. Similar to words, it is not exactly the words dataset. Now you have to read this paragraph, solve the code. It is NAT type, so there are no options. Right. So surrounded by nature, whatever this paragraph has. So what am I doing first? Count is set to 0. Flag is set to true. So here, when I said the table 1 has more rows, so each row represents each word in this data set, right? So you pick the first card that contains the first word and then you read it, move it to table 2. You check if first letter of X word or current word is small s and flag. And flag means what? See, here flag has an implementation. So, and flag means what? When will this if statement be true? When X word is first letter of X word is smallest and flag is true. Then both will be true. You can enter the nested if. Inside the nested if, you are checking second letter of X word is equal to small o. If this is also valid, then you can increment count. So after this is done, see this if statement is still within the while loop only. Okay, this last if. So you have to come to this one. If word ends with a full stop, then you set flag to false. That means at the end of every sentence, flag is going to be what? False. So when you go for starting the next sentence, flag will start with false only. Remember this. So let's do this for the
But then it will consider of only first sentence, right?
yeah, that's the thing. So what is the question asking? What will be the value of count at the end of execution of above pseudocode? Assume that uppercase and lowercase are ignored during comparison of letters. Okay, so this is not case sensitive. S and O can be anything. Smallest, biggest, same thing. Okay. So
I
once
think it's
the
true.
thing that he picked is very good. He said that only the first sentence will matter. That is absolutely correct because after this first sentence, when you reach this birds, right? This is the last word of first sentence. Then flag is false. Once this flag is false, there is no other line where we can see flag is reset to true. So this line 5 will never be true again, right? Because flag is always going to be false after this. So now, if you check the
Is the
paragraph that is
answer is
given,
two?
The count will
yes.
represent the two.
So count will
Yeah.
represent that how many such words are there, right? Where
Yes,
Uh,
there
S
are
and
two
O,
words.
Actually, there
right?
are two
First
words
and
in the
second.
first sentence.
So surrounded is not such a word because second letter is U. Then Susan is also not such a word, second letter is U. Stroll is also not. Starting with S, then O is not present. Soothing is correct because S and
Shooting
O
and
are both
sounds.
present. Sounds is also correct. So count will be incremented twice. So count will give 2. So answer is 2. Right? This is the tricky part. That flag will be false. So this is a good implementation of flag. Is this clear for everyone? Anyone who didn't understand? Okay.
Can you please explain this once more?
Yeah, sure. See, assume that I'm doing the first iteration. Okay. So if I'm doing first iteration, what is the first word? Surrounded. Correct. So
Yes,
in
ma'am.
surrounded, the first word is first letter of the word is S. This is fine. But flag is what? Flag is also true for first iteration. We initialize to true. So this first if statement is valid. Then you come into the nested if. And you check if second letter is O. Second letter is not O, it is U. So not valid. So count will be not incremented. So like this, we will check for every word. So for which word will count get incremented? For soothing, it starts with S and O. And for
Yes.
sounds, it starts with S and O. So count for at the end when we reach this birds, this word. At that point, what is count? 2. Because we have found 2 such words.
Yes, ma'am.
So once you come to birds, then birds is what? It is at the end of a sentence, so it ends with a full stop. Once it ends with a full stop, we can enter the if statement and we set flag to false. Now, once flag is set to false, do you see any line where flag is being reset to true again
No, ma'am.
inside the while loop? No. That means will this line 5 ever become true again?
No, ma'am.
So this is valid only for the first statement, first sentence in this data set, right? In a second sentence, even if we have such words, we won't be able to increment count because the first if will never give true value again.
Yes, ma'am. Clear, ma'am. Got it.
Okay, question 7. Following pseudocode is executed using words data set. At the end of execution, A captures maximum letter count of a word which is not noun. So maximum letter count of a word which is not noun. Not noun is important here. Choose the correct code fragment. Okay. So we want all parts of speech other than noun. And we need the maximum letter count among all other parts of speech. Right? So A is set to 0. A will be capturing that max letter count. Then we go through all of the cards in the words data set and you have to fill in this part of the code. The first option is if part of speech is
Incorrect.
noun, right?
It's
So as soon as
incorrect.
we see that is equal to noun, right? That means we will never assign A to that letter count because we want other than noun. So this is incorrect. If part of speech is not noun and letter count is less than A, then you,
Correct.
No,
Incorrect.
because
it's
less than A,
incorrect.
we are trying to get maximum. This will give you what?
Minimum.
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 But minimum,
First
it's
of all,
impossible because
it will not even
zero
give
Smallest.
can't
minimum.
be, we
It will
can't
be
get
the
any
smallest
words
letter.
with the negative.
Correct. Very good. That means we are starting with 0, so there is no letter, there is no word which has less than 0 letter count. That means it will give nothing basically. So this is also incorrect. Third option is saying again equal to noun, cannot do it. Right?
Incorrect.
Correct.
Last one has to be true now. So not equal to noun, X letter count greater than A, then you,
It is
Yes,
correct.
right.
we can.
Option
Then you
Correct.
C.
update it. So naturally this is the correct one because both conditions are true here. Part of speech is not noun and we are updating A when current letter count is greater than current A. So D option is correct. This is a very simple question. For this, how many marks? 4 marks for this easy question. Okay. 8 is the following pseudocode is executed. Again, now scores data set. At the end of execution, A captures the lowest chemistry mark scored by a male student from Vellore. Okay, so lowest chemistry marks scored by male student from Vellore. So 3 things you can see. Choose the correct code fragments to complete the pseudocode. So first of all, since we want lowest or minimum, that means we have to start the variable A with some higher value than the
Highest
top
value.
value, highest value, right? So highest value for a particular subject is 100. So we're starting A with 101 because no one can score that. So then you go through each of the cards. You pick it up, you have to fill in this code. So we read the first card and we check that if the gender is not female, what is given? Scored by a male. That means not female is fine.
Incorrect.
Correct.
Ma'am, it's incorrect.
It's correct.
Why? It is scored by a male student.
No, actually the chemistry marks is higher than A.
No. Okay. You're going to the next option. No. See, I'm explaining line by line. Okay. So it is incorrect, but let me explain line by line. Everyone might not get it. So X gender is not equal to female. That means this is male student, fine. Up to this it is fine. City town is Vellore. Up to this also it is fine. But when you come to the nested if now, since and is there, so both are true, your if statement is true. So you come to nested if. If the current chemistry marks is greater than current A, first of all, it's not possible because for first iteration only it will not be happening because 101. No one can score greater than this, right? You have to check what is less because we are trying to find minimum. So this condition, if it was X dot chemistry less than A, then it would have been correct. Then we would find this A will capture the least chemistry marks. So A is incorrect. This one, gender is M, city, town is Vellore, X dot chemistry if it
It
is
is
less than
correct.
A. This is correct.
Correct, ma'am.
Third
Correct.
is this incorrect
Incorrect, ma'am.
Incorrect,
because
ma'am.
of this line.
Because
Again,
of
the
this
chemistry
chemistry.
marks.
Yes, and this
Correct.
one
It is also correct.
Correct, ma'am.
This
is
is
also
correct one.
equivalent to this one only. Right, we have just now given three nested ifs. So B and D are correct answers. Yes. Any doubt here, anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, these are also very prevalent questions. So, given information represents shopping bill, it may have some mistakes with respect to sanity of data. You all know this is in the week 1 concept. So,
Yes.
identify all rows with sanity of data mistake.
Row
So,
1
row
is
1,
incorrect.
why is it
Row
incorrect?
one is in
The,
cost
the
is
price
Ma'am,
equal to
the
cost
price
price
is
into
for
quantity.
one quantity is 220.
Right. So, this should have been 440. Right.
Yes.
Again, milk is not fruits and food.
Yes,
And
sir.
row 5 is also incorrect because a quantity can never be up in decimal.
Fraction. Right.
Yeah, fraction.
Fractional quantity, you cannot have 1.5 shirts, right? So, this is incorrect. Chocolates, packed food, fine.
Quantity,
Cupcakes also fine.
no. In this case, quantity can't be 1.5 is a wrong statement. The
See,
shirts
quantity
can't
can
be
be
in a quantity of
quantity
can
can
be
be
in
1.5
1.5,
for apparel.
but the shirt can't
Right.
be in the quantity of 1.5. That's why it's a wrong.
See, here the price that we have given, okay, price is given per quantity. So that's why I said that you cannot have fractional quantities here because in the data set only the price column is for per quantity item. So if you
Yeah,
have
the row 1
1.5
and row 5 are
quantity,
incorrect.
so anyways you are correct only what you said that a shirt cannot be fractional. Other than that, also the price is given for per quantity. So here also you can check that it is not possible. So which rows are
No, I can't understand what is in the last point. Price.
that we are always, so what we check in these questions is that price is for one. Okay. One quantity price is given and then you have to multiply it with this. So for milk also, I cannot have 1.5 quantity of milk. Every item is taken as one quantity, one whole quantity. Okay. Cupcakes also, you cannot have 1.5 cupcakes.
Yeah.
Everything will be in whole numbers only. Wherever you see quantity is fractional, you can say it's wrong.
No, ma'am. It can't be like that because if we calculate for rice means we consider 1.5 kg of
But
rice,
can you buy
which comes
half unit of rice? It is not
Ma'am,
possible. We are no,
okay.
this is not real world. Okay, we are not saying ki 1.5 kg of rice I'm buying. Here everything is quantity wise. That means 1 unit, and that's the cost. So you have to buy unit wise. There are no fractional units. Okay, I
Okay,
understand
fine.
you're
I'm just
correlating
thinking of
with
the
real
real
life.
world then.
Yeah. So that's not what we're following. Okay, so here quantity is always have to be in whole number. So
Yeah, sure.
regardless, like for any item, if you see a fractional quantity, you can mark that off as an incorrect row. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine, ma'am. Another small doubt. In this case, if I okay, nothing, ma'am.
No, is it clear to you, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's clear to you. It's clear to me, but still,
Yeah, I understood. You
how it's
correlated with
possible?
real life, obviously. So in real life, this is not the case,
No,
right?
ma'am,
Here
because
we are not giving
in
the
this case they
quantity.
just give a okay, ma'am.
Hmm. Continue,
No, ma'am, in
continue.
this
Tell
case,
me.
they just okay. Now, in this case, they just given shirts. That's why okay, 1.5 is not. If they in
Hmm.
this case, as like a real world, if they give us like a rice or something which can be available in 1.5 in a real world, it will be confusion.
Right.
Like
But
it will be like a
you have to
confusion.
understand one more thing then, that if you're talking about real world, in real world, do we have the same measuring units for cereal and shirts or
No.
for cupcakes and
No,
milk? Right.
no,
Milk
no.
is in liters or gallons, something like that. Cupcake is quantity wise. So that's why here quantity is equal for every item. Okay. No matter what category they belong to. So here you have to always understand that every item you can buy in one whole quantity, and you can buy as many as those whole quantities you want, but not fractional quantities. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, sure, ma'am.
So which ones are wrong? Row 1 is wrong. I think row 2 is
Row
also
And row
5.
wrong. I
5.
think there is a
Yes,
dairy
ma'am.
category. Yeah.
Row 2
So
wrong, row
row
5 also.
1, 2, 5. Let's yeah, A, B, and D. Okay. And next is following pseudocode is executed using scores dataset. What will count represent at the end of execution? So count is 0, A is 0. While table 1 has more rows, read the first row. Now that means this is one student's information. So in that card, you check if the gender is female or the maths marks is greater than the physics marks. Then A is incremented by 1, else count is incremented by 1. So when will count be incremented?
If
Only
a
one case.
person is a male and his marks is not greater than his physics marks is not greater than maths.
His physics marks is not less than maths.
Yeah, not less than marks maths.
Maths, right? So both, since or is there, so or will only give false when both are false. That means gender also has to be male and maths has to be physics cannot be less than math, right? So which of these options? Number of male students. First of all, you can directly get rid of these two options because number of female students, it will never happen.
It will be female.
Cannot be female, right? If it is female, then it will
Option number
one
A
of
is correct.
right. If it
No,
is
ma'am.
female,
Option B.
okay, let me see that, but let's first clear his doubt. So if it is female, then one of the conditions becomes true. If one condition is true in odd statement, that means the whole thing is true. So you can increment A. When will count be incremented? When both conditions are false, right? Both will be false when gender is male and physics is not less than maths. So if I say option 1, number of male students whose physics marks are greater than mathematics marks, B is saying number of male students whose physics marks are greater than or equal to mathematics marks. So this is correct. What is the opposite of this? Less than. If I take less than and I say it cannot be less, if I say that physics cannot be less than maths, that means physics can be equal to maths or greater than maths. Right? So option B is correct. We have to take into account the equal condition also. This is clear for everyone?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. Two more questions. This one is yeah, this is also good. The following pseudocode is now using library dataset. At the end of execution, A captures the numbers of books which are published after 2010. That is, year should be greater than 2010 or have less than average number of pages. See, less than average. Assume that the variable average holds the value of the average number of pages of the books in the dataset. That means for all books, we have calculated the average number of pages. Right? What is the average pages in all the books in the dataset? That is being held in average variable. Now, pseudocode might have mistakes. We have to identify the mistake. So, our goal is that A should be capturing number of books which are published after 2010 and have less than average number of pages or have. Okay, so either one of these should be true or both can be true. Okay, see, anywhere it is not mentioned that both cannot be at the same time. So, we will
Line 9
assume
is
that
false.
both can be true. Let's see line by line which one is false. He's saying 9 is false. So A is
Yeah.
0 initially. Table 1 has more rows, so you pick up a card and you check that card, right? So initially C is true if X year is greater than 2010. Okay. If X year is greater than 2010, C is set to true. So our goal is after 2010, so greater is fine. If X pages is less than average, so that is what we want, less than average pages, then C is set to false. But this is wrong, right? Because either of these can be true or both of these can be true. All are okay with us, right? So this should also be true. If either one of these, so one more thing we should do is now see, you're saying only line 9, right?
But
Now,
No,
if
line
I have,
11 can also be.
911 will also be because
11
it
can
is
also
not
be.
representing the proper format.
okay, tell me one thing. If I change this to true, okay.
Yes.
Now, let's say I give you a book which is from 2005, okay, and the number of pages is greater than the average, greater than, greater than average. Now you run it
Okay.
through this code. It will
It
still give
definitely
true.
passes through it. It definitely, yes, ma'am. It
Yes,
definitely
ma'am.
gets passed through.
It
That means
is
the
still true.
initialization is wrong
It's wrong.
because you
You
have to
should get C is
initialize
equal to
C with
false.
false. Correct. C has to initialize with false. Then if the conditions are true, then then you reset it to true in that
Ma'am,
way.
ma'am, in this case, it's not necessarily C should be false. We can, in line number 6, we can change C is equal to false. And in line number 11 also, we can change the code C is equal to not flag. Sorry,
Not of
in
false. Yeah, if you
not
change
C,
the whole
and not
code,
a
then you
false.
can do it.
Full
I
code.
am saying for this particular code, you have to find out, right? You cannot change a line. You have to find out what is the mistake here. So you are checking if C. If C will give true when C is true. So that will happen when for these conditions C becomes true, right? So C can be true for both of these conditions because that is given in my question. But even if both conditions are false, then also C is giving true because we initialized it to true. So C was never updated. So this is wrong initialization. C should be initialized to false. And on top of that, now if C is false, now let's say there is a book that you found which is from year 2005, but page number is less than average. So that should also be counted. So this C should be set
Yes.
to true. That means which two lines have mistakes? 4 and 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's check once. So A and B, error in line 4, line 9. Understood why these two lines are false.
Ma'am, can you please
Wrong.
Ma'am,
explain
can you
the
tell the
line 4? It's how line 4 is missed.
Hmm. Okay, see. That's why I took the example, right? If I keep this as it is, if I keep the code as it is, what are your criteria that the book has to be published after 2010 or has less than average number of pages? Now I'm giving you a criteria for a particular book that my book is published in 2005. It has greater than average number of pages. For that, will C be updated in any of the if statements? If it
No,
is
ma'am.
in 2005 not greater than 2010, C is not updated. If it is greater than average, then also if statement doesn't work, C is not updated. But still, when I come to line 11, I do if C. If C is giving true and I'm adding it to A, right? I'm incrementing A for that. So I'm counting a book which does not satisfy the criteria. So C should be initialized to false. If it was initialized to false, then it would never be updated. If C would be false, we will not be counting it. But again, while line 9 is wrong, it is clear to you that this condition is also true. It should give true.
Yes, ma'am, clear.
Okay. This is the last one. So this pseudocode is executed on scores dataset. What will count represent at the end of execution? So count is initially 0. While pile 1 has more cards, you pick up the cards. So this is while loop is going through all of the cards in scores dataset. For every iteration, C is starting from C equals to 0, right? In every iteration, C is reset to 0. Now, if maths marks is less than 75, C is incremented. If physics marks is less than 75, C is incremented. If chemistry is less than 75, C is incremented. Last step is checking if C is equal to 1, then count is incremented by 1. Okay. So when will this happen?
If a person is getting in any subject less than 75 marks, then only the count will
That means
increment
count will increment only
for
for a
only one
person
subject.
who has gotten less than 75 in exactly one subject, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Exactly one subject. So which one of these? Number of students who scored less than 75 in exactly one subject.
Option number D.
Option D.
Any doubt in this one, anyone?
No.
No,
See,
ma'am.
this question will,
No.
this is the easiest version of this question. This question has tougher versions also where this line is manipulated. Okay, or any of these lines are manipulated. So keep that in mind. Just for this type of questions, you just have to be clear about what exactly equal means, what at most means, what at least means. Okay, so that greater than equal to, what does it mean? Less than equal to, what does it mean? Keep that in mind. So here now, if I did greater than equal to 1, then what would it mean?
It means the
At
or
least
it
one.
means
At least.
At least in one subject.
At
Correct.
least in one subject.
That means they must have scored less than 75 in at least one subject. And if I do this sign less than equal to
at
1,
most.
this means
At
at
most
most.
one subject.
Right. So that will take the value 0 and 1 both, right? And the at least will take 1, 2, and 3. So these things just keep in mind. Anyways, I can see that most of you like can solve these problems very quickly. So it's very good. You'll be able to do. Okay. So I think that covers every concept from the first 4 weeks. There is not much content, but the next 2 revision sessions are very important. So don't skip those. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Now,
ma'am.
if you have any other doubts, you can ask.
Ma'am,
Can you explain the
That's
sixth
overall.
question?
Which one?
Sixth question.
In this PDF only.
excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah. You're audible.
Okay, I just want to ask for the week example of the words dataset for the week 9 to week 10th. Week 9, 10th, and 6th. And sorry, 7, 8, 9, 10. These 4 week, the syllabus
Yeah.
was a
So
little, the questions of these 4 week on the words dataset were a bit typical and hard to understand. So can you
So
do
for
some
those,
PYQs of them?
yeah, so for those weeks, you will do the PYQs in the revision sessions for those weeks only, right? This is for 1 to 4. So next class is for 5 to 8. There you can do week 7 and 8. And then after that class is for 9 to 12. You can do 9 and 10 there. Okay. Because these are PYQs that I'm doing just from weeks 1 to 4. So I don't
Ma'am, are
currently
the
make.
PYQ is only
Excuse
sufficient
me?
for the exam?
Yeah, PYQs are sufficient.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Can you take the classes on the Google Meet instead of the Zoom?
No, we can't do that. Foundation classes are always taken in Zoom only. From diploma
Okay,
level,
okay,
you'll go
okay.
to Google Meet.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
different,
which
ma'am.
question did you
Foundation
say?
means Google,
Yeah,
diploma
because
means Zoom.
foundation level has the maximum number of students, right? So it is better to accommodate in Zoom call. From diploma and degree levels, there are lesser number of students who join the classes. So we have on Google Meet.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
Ma'am, this class is over.
Yeah. From my side, it is over. You can leave if you don't have any doubts. So someone asked a
Yes,
doubt
ma'am.
in question 6, right?
Yes,
This
ma'am.
one.
Okay, when is the next class?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, will you take doubts from week 11?
Week 11. Yeah, sure. You can ask a doubt. If you have a question at hand, you can ask me the doubt. Okay. All right. Surrounded. Okay, this one, which part did you not understand? The whole code, should I explain?
No, ma'am, only the flag part.
Okay, so here,
Bro,
see,
that's only for misleading us.
no, this one, in this question,
Oh,
flag matters, right? In this question,
yeah.
flag is very important because flag starts with true. But when is flag being set to false? Now you check for the first sentence. Okay, for the first sentence, when I go through this while loop, all of the if statements, when I do, where will I increment count? If flag is true, flag is being set to false when I reach the end of the sentence. Before that, flag remains true, right? So we want words where the first and second letters are S and O. So we have two such words in the first sentence, soothing and sounds. For these two words, count will be incremented once, so count will become 2. Now when you come to the last word of this sentence, birds, for this will I increment count?
No, ma'am.
No, because it doesn't satisfy, even though flag is still true. Now, since it is the last word, it ends with a full stop, flag is set to false. Now, after this, when you go for the next words, like in the next sentence, so can you see any other line in this while loop where flag is being reset to true?
No, ma'am.
That means flag will remain false from now on. So, will this line 5 if statement evaluate to true again?
No, ma'am.
That means we only have to check for the first sentence. For the other sentence, we cannot have that because flag will
Yes.
remain false.
Yes.
So that is the role of flag here, that it will keep you from ever checking these conditions for the other words in the other sentences. Clear?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, week 11 doubt. If you have the question, please paste it on the chat box. Who is asking? Are you there? Okay. Don't think they're here. All right, then if you don't have any more doubts, we can close. Thanks for joining, everyone. Thanks for being so good because you have solved most of the questions yourself only, which is very good. So all the best for your end term.
Really tricky to
Thank
be
you,
in.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, the other two
Okay,
revision
ma'am. Have a good
actually
night.
is taken by you means or other instructor.
No, other instructors will take the other two revisions.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, if there is a doubt, can I post you my doubt and get clarity on discourse or any?
Discourse, do you have access to discourse at this point?
Yeah, I think we have access to discourse.
Okay. So if you have access to discourse, you can just mention me in your post, okay? Or if you
Mention you in
don't
your
have,
post. Mhm.
mention me in the post where you paste the doubt. If you don't have access, then you can mail me directly.
Okay.
Ma'am, for mentioning teachers, we have to write @ and the name of
Yeah.
that. Oh,
So my
okay, ma'am.
discourse handle is Manidiva 2001, so you can do that.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello. Hello.